Yep, it's cha-cha-cha time. Oh, yeah. Come on, let's go. Brassy horns. Let's get it. Welcome, friends. Welcome, one and all. We've got so much going on. And we got cheesy production value at that, too. So we got a little bit of everything around here. You know, it's an extraordinary amount of days, and something new comes from anything that we do in this group. So I apologize for leaving my microphone up while Partha was talking. You know, I don't have one of those lights that says live on air. So Partha worked through all of that and did the best he could. But we're going to get together tomorrow evening and do it right. I apologize to all y'all for that, and to Partha too. During lunchtime, I teach children English. It's you know, it helps community, and Spain is one of the lowest density English-speaking countries in the world. The Spaniards are not interested in learning other languages, but parents know that their children to excel in the world have to speak English, so we do that. And I also teach some Chinese children English as well. And then I have regular work duties. So yeah, thanks, Andrew. So we'll pick up with Partha tomorrow evening. He's enthusiastic to get the rest of his message out. And again, all of this helps him to process what is happening just as much as it helps us. Partha has a loving, friendly community here that is intellectually aggressive and a group of thinkers, just quite frankly. It's a group of thinkers. We don't think alike. This is not a hive mentality. I don't think any of us agree on anything together. And that gives us the ability to put a sniff test to it. You know, that gives us an ability to remain strong in the convictions that we do stand on. Because when you say something in this group, you either have to survive me, you have to survive Epic, you have to survive Nemesis, and then comes the Dutchman, Captain Reality. You know, hey, Snowball. Oh, volume is low. Really? Test 1 2 test right now. How's the volume? Let me check. Oh, hang on 1 second. All right, this should be better. Let me check. All right, this should be better. It is. Let me check. A lot of technical details to go into, I'm getting some new gear tomorrow and upgrading stuff as I go along as I find errors. Sorry about that, guys. So what you were hearing was my onboard mic to my laptop because for whatever reason, when I made my connections, that mic did not grab. So I'm getting a mixer. I'm getting gear. So bear with us. Thank you, Snowball, for letting me know. So if you hear a fan, that's the actual fan cooling the system. Yes, Partha laid a lot of material on us, and I'm kind of glad that we had to take a break because of my volume issues, because it's a lot. And I mean, he is bang on the money. And what he does when he talks to us is he doesn't condescend us and talk down to us, and he has his convictions, but he approaches us like a group of intellectual equals. He doesn't say, "Oh, I'm right about all of this, and that you are wrong, and you Westerners have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm lecturing you about these things." No, he comes at it with the humility that everybody else does except for me, and that is, this is what I think, this is what I see, and I've been studying this, and here's what I propose to you. And so he does it lovingly and wonderfully, and he doesn't expect us to accept everything he says. He expects us to think about it, and like he says, I would like for you to do your own research. I give you the pages here, and here you go. And so you have to do your own research. You have to do your own thinking. It is abundantly clear to me that the third level, the third dimension, the third density that we're at right now is our individual soul and weighing that good and evil. And that's what Egyptian Book of the Dead was all about, is weighing your heart, your soul, your pineal gland, and seeing that while you were here, did you engage in good or did you engage in evil? And that'll determine the trajectory of your soul. If you did evil, you got to pay the price. If you did good, well, you get to pay that price too, which is, be all right. So this journey for me in this time and at the end of this age is one of the individual soul. So no matter what I tell Andrew, or whatever I tell Captain Realist, whatever I tell Nemesis, and get them to believe, it doesn't make a difference, because their actions, their thoughts, their soul is dependent on them, not what somebody tells them. So for every action, there's an opposite and equal reaction until you go to the next level. And for every action there's a direct reaction. So it's not opposite, it's a direct reaction. It is not a natural event going to the fourth density, the fourth dimension. And after all of my thinking, I feel that this is not going to be a hit like a baseball bat. Pow! This is going to be a slow roll event. And as we saw this morning, and Nemesis didn't get a chance to, but we had a long visit with our good friend, and actually he didn't visit, but we watched his videos having to do with the sun and its current status and its current level of giving off frequency. And as Wage said, it's the new natural. So let's see if I can cue this up a little bit. All right. And so this view, and now I've learned a lot about the Schumann the Schumann code, the Schumann tool, and how to read it, because Wage has done a great job of instructing his users. And we have the sun generating a certain frequency, and it's about to generate the next higher frequency. And this is obviously affecting humanity. And so we have the science here to tie in with what Partha is saying. And I'm not going to agree with everything Partha says, and I don't even agree with a lot of things I say. I do agree with Wage because he's just looking at instruments and reflecting what he is seeing in analysis. He's not going off into areas like I do, and in many ways, not in many ways, but in some ways that Partha does. And the only reason I can't fully grasp what he is saying is because it is of the Indus Valley Indian tradition. I've got to process all that stuff. So, but I have not rejected anything that Partha says, and I have not rejected anything that Wage says. Hi, Harshal. You can either send it to me, you can send it to Epic, and we'll be happy to share it amongst the group. But yeah, something is occurring as Wage says. This month, the sun is acting in a manner that he has never seen before or experienced. The sun is giving off one steady frequency and is building a second frequency that's higher in nature, and it's also giving off signaling. Dots and dashes, basically. Well, just dashes. And the sun is not supposed to do that. So, yeah, it's impressive and astounding what's happening with the sun, the UFO that is sitting next to it, giving off this signaling. And again, that's something that Partha and I do not disagree with. There is a UFO sitting right next to the sun, and it's generating these coronal mass ejections, these CMEs, these EMPs, electromagnetic pulses, because that's also what these are. These are definitely a frequency, it's an electromagnetic pulse, and it stays at one level, but also it pumps through. So stuff's happening without a doubt, and we just have and so now I'm very, very secure in the fact that it's not going to be a world-ending event. That humanity, as we stand now, are going to be pushed up in frequency over the next 4 years, and those of us that can do that will be okay. Those of us that can't follow that path, we're going to have a little bit of a hard time. So, but all of this is so planned out, man. All of this is so planned out. It's so planned out not to freak us out. It's planned out not to destroy us or impact us in any negative sense. It's just the journey that we're on. And it's all controlled by a great creator. There's obviously a variety of UFOs that come to and leave this planet. That's something that's incredible about the Law of One speaks to. That there is a galactic group of aliens that are protecting planet Earth and what's happening here. And we're in quarantine, ironically enough, from any other species coming into our solar system and leaving. So if you're an alien, if you're part of the alien groups, one of 7, the Law of One says, if you're here, you can't leave and go tell anybody else about us. And anybody else that would want to come see us can't see us because we're invisible to them. That's by the Law of One. That makes perfect sense. Because the question's been for a long time, where are the aliens? I mean, we have this mathematical idea of how many species there are in the universe that we can see, and it's a significant number, but yet it's just quiet. No one's come to visit us, even though we're a noisy planet. Just by the amount of life that we've had over the amount of time that we've had, we are really noisy. So those radio waves project out, and they go out, and they go out. But if we are, as in what the Law of One says, and also what Partha is saying, and, we're in an enclosed on a sphere, or an enclosed space, in a protected space, then that makes sense why no one's hurt us and we haven't hurt anybody else. Hi, Tabitha. I've had a great day and a great weekend. Thank you. Hey, Troy. I don't think CERN's doing any of that stuff. CERN's a mess. CERN has got problems. It's all CERN is a electromagnetic rail. So it's a superconducting supercollider, which ironically enough I'm very familiar with because I had worked on the superconducting supercollider project that was being developed in Texas when I was living in Louisiana, because in a little town called Hammond, Louisiana, we had an industrial area, and we had some warehousing, some buildings that were perfect for building the coils to the supercollider. So we had General Dynamics there. We pitched them as a city, and they accepted our proposal, and we were on our way to building this superconducting supercollider in Waxahachie, Texas. How about that? But then George Bush Sr., in his days of cost cutting and trying to get the budget in order, decided to cut that project, and so it went to CERN here in Europe. And man, it's not a big deal, guys. I mean, you're all acting like it's electromagnetic and no, man. What's happening to us is way bigger than any human can do on this planet. That's what Partha and I are trying to say. Quit worrying about CERN. Quit worrying about chemtrails. Quit worrying about that stuff. If we have somebody that can mess with the sun and the moon and the solar system like that, man, CERN ain't got nothing. And CERN is nothing. All it is a big loop of electromagnets. And they're very encased and coiled, and it's very expensive to operate it. And quite frankly, Europe doesn't have the money to operate it right now. So it's in rough shape. Even more, it really hasn't produced the science expected. It produced the boson, Higgs boson particle. And it didn't produce it. It generated data that agreed with the math. But physics hasn't produced any new science in 40 years. No, I didn't hear about that. Listen, because I mean, there's just so many things that permeate that don't pass my sniff test. For example, the group was very concerned that the Queen had abdicated, and because the palace in London was boarded up, and one of the shields was missing from the gate, that, oh my God, the Queen had abdicated, and somebody else was now the king, and everything else is just that's just not how life and how it works and how it goes down. So that didn't pass my sniff test. And everything that everybody's saying about CERN, it doesn't pass my sniff test because I'm very familiar with the superconducting supercollider. But more than that, man, look at the sun. Whether it's a fake sun, whether it is our real sun, and we're experiencing it from the reduction of gravitational fields, a human can't do that. And Donald Trump has said, look, we have UFOs. So all of this running around that we worry about humans having these effects and chemtrails, no, it's so much effing bigger than that. So I don't waste thought cycles on stuff about CERN. I feel bad about CERN. I feel bad about oh man, here, let me cue this up then. Physics has a huge problem. Physics is in crisis. Here, let's watch. This was of June this year. This is Sabine Hossenfelder. She is a brilliant physicist, and she is one of the people that's leading the charge, saying that 70% of all of the published articles and journals that we are teaching in universities are flawed and not even close to the truth. So please give Sabine your best 15 minutes if you could, and let's listen to what she has to say.
My book, Lost in Math, was published 2 years ago, and this week the paperback edition will appear. I want to use this occasion to tell you why I wrote the book and what has happened since. In Lost in Math, I explain why I have become very worried about what is happening in the foundations of physics. What is happening, you ask? Well, nothing. We have not made progress for 40 years. The problems we're trying to solve today are the same problems we were trying to solve half a century ago. This worries me because if we do not make progress understanding nature on the most fundamental level, then scientific progress will eventually be reduced to working out details of applications of what we already know. This means that overall societal progress depends crucially on progress in the foundations of physics, more so than on any other discipline. I know that a lot of scientists in other disciplines find that tremendously offensive. But if they object, all I have to do is remind them that without breakthroughs in the foundations of physics, there would be no transistors, no microchips, no hard disks, no computers, no Wi-Fi, no internet. There would be no artificial intelligence, no lasers, no magnetic resonance imaging, no electron microscopes, no digital cameras. Computer science would not exist. Modern medicine would not exist either, because the imaging methods and tools for data analysis would never have been invented. In brief, without the work that physicists did 100 years ago, modern civilization as we know it today would not exist. I find it somewhat perplexing that so few people seem to realize how big of a problem it is that progress in the foundations of physics has stalled. Part of the reason, I think, is that physicists in the foundations themselves have been talking so much rubbish that people have come to believe foundational work is just philosophical speculation and has lost any relevance for technological progress. Indeed, I'm afraid most of my colleagues now believe that themselves. It's wrong, needless to say. A better understanding of the theories that we currently use to make all these fancy devices will almost certainly lead to practical applications. Maybe not in 5 years or 10 years, but more in 100 or 500 years, but eventually it will. So my book, Lost in Math, is an examination of what has gone wrong. As the subtitle says, the problem is that physicists rely on unscientific methods to develop new theories. These methods are variations of arguments from mathematical beauty, though many physicists are not aware that this is what they are doing. This problem has been particularly apparent when it comes to the belief that the Large Hadron Collider should see new fundamental particles besides the Higgs boson. The reason so many physicists believe this is that if it had happened, if
Another way of referring to the Super Collider is a Large Hadron Collider, and this is it. This is what CERN's tube looks like, and it is a giant encased circle. So it's a superconducting super collider. So first of all, you see it's encased in giant metal, and then it's underground, and then you have concrete and rebar around that. And so right there, you're looking at its 100% in a Faraday cage. So this is, and there's just not enough electrical cabling to support something that would give off electromagnetism enough to affect the planet. But that is the superconducting super collider. That's part of the ring. And basically what that tube is inside of that are magnets that keep particle charge going actually in two different directions. There's two tubes inside of there. So you create particles, you isolate particles, and then you speed them up super fast, super fast, super fast. And then at the right moment, you hit them together in the chamber that has all the measuring equipment. It's super expensive, it's super incredible, and it hasn't produced any worthwhile science.
If the LHC would have found other new particles, then the theories would have been much more beautiful. I explained in my book why this argument is unscientific and why, therefore, we have no reason to think the LHC should see anything new besides the Higgs. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. Since the publication of my book, it has slowly sunken in with particle physicists that they were indeed wrong and that their methods did not work. They have largely given up using this particular argument from beauty that led to those wrong LHC predictions. That's good, of course, but it does not really solve the problem because they have not analyzed how it could have happened that they collectively, and we are talking here about thousands of people, believed in something that was so obviously unscientific. So this is.
And there we go. Golly, thank you, Snowball. Thank you, Tabitha. Oh, thank you all both very, very much for those thoughtful donations. And as of course we all feel it throughout the Fellowship of the Crumbs. Especially those people that work as hard as I do. Nemesis, Captain Reality, Epic Forever, my co-host and cohort on this adventure, whom I've never met. And thank you both so much. Oh my gosh, that just warms the cockles of my breadcrumby heart. Did you hear what she said? Did you hear that last part of what she said? How could thousands upon thousands of particle physicists get so much science wrong? And that's whenever you hear that there's a consensus among scientists, then you know that right there is a false argument, a straw man, a red herring, and a bunch of bullshit. 100% bullshit. There are laws and there are theories. Consensus doesn't mean squat all. And the bad thing about consensus is I don't allow consensus of thought in this group. I don't want you to believe everything I do, and I don't want to push one single line of thought and dismiss anybody for their thinking. I will dismiss you if you're rude. But if you don't think the same way I do, awesome. That keeps the system pure. Within the chaos, all of us can hang on to something that we believe. And look, we all don't believe what I believe, and that's good, and that's healthy, and that's good science. But when you start having groupthink, hive-think, consensus of thought, then you have what we have in education right now, which is if you don't agree that dinosaurs are millions of years old, no matter what science you can bring forth, soft tissue and carbon dating, then you're ostracized. If you don't agree that the pyramids are 4,500 years old, as is the Sphinx, then you're ostracized from Egyptology and archaeology. I mean, I've been thrown out of so many groups, even though I can bring the science, man. Yeah. Oh, Nemesis and I do not agree, but we have civil conversation. Well, she has civil conversation, I rant. But you know, it happens over you know, over a TV thing. So Nemesis is on the other side of the of live stream going, oh fuck off, Charles. Oh fuck off with that Trump bullshit. You know, even probably turns me down every once in a while I'm ranting on one of my Trumpisms, which is great. This is not a Trump group. This is not a this is not an eschatology group. This is not a conservative politics group. This is not a science group. This is a research group. And we really I try to stay on one focus of research at a time, just to keep that thought going. And it just so happens that right now we're studying the end of times, and we have a lot of observational science that agrees with a lot of the traditional science and the astrology that we see, that Partha sees, and presents this group, and it passes our sniff test. And I do have somewhat of an advantage, but you know, but I'm bumbling and entertaining as I go. So so there's a little bit of, and I'm honest with it. So there's a little bit of give me there. But you know, Partha and I believe in something so controversial that I've made physicists red-faced and angry. I can't speak to a physicist one. No, I can't. There's not a physicist one that I've talked to, and I've talked to many, and they're all in academia. But when I start talking about electrical sun, they start getting all puffy and mad, and I just start talking about the science behind it, and they can't even bring any science to say that no, it's a nuclear sun. Okay, how does that happen? Well, you know, it's a massive amount of nuclear matter. It's 4 billion years old. I mean, by now it would have just consumed itself. Do the math. The math alone says it would have consumed itself in less than 3,000 to 8,000 years, especially with its density. And they won't do the math. They won't look at anything. But Partha and I have the freedom of believing in this controversial concept of the electric sun and the electric universe, and it passes our maths quite well. Yep. We all go. We all go. Where one goes, all go. Troy, yeah, your experience in education and the science fields. Yeah, it's what has happened to science is absolutely atrocious, and it started happening in the 70s, and it was seen heavily in America, and then creeped over into England, where you would have your people that would present their ideas to do their thesis, and within that time zone, within a time frame, and so that's very competitive. And what department chairs started to see in the soft sciences, astronomy, Egyptology, archaeology, was that the groupthink dominated the research that was going to be done, and then ultimately dominated what theories would advance. Not what proven laws would move forward, but what theories would advance that felt good. So everything that has come out of science in the last 40 years has no science behind it. It has just the feel-goodiest things in the whole world. The biggest one is man-made global warming. That CO2 is causing the temperatures to go up. Each and every one of you right now, you're on the internet. Please go see how much carbon monoxide or dioxide, how much carbon is in our atmosphere. It's 0.02%. And in some places, it's been measured to be 0.03%, depending on your math. So carbon doesn't make up 1%, not even a 0.5% of our atmosphere. Do we have pollution in our cities, big cities? Hell yeah. Manage that shit. But no. I've lived on the coast, in so many different coasts, all of my life, and my childhood village here in Spain is a seaside village with a beautiful bay. And the old timers there, they haven't seen any rise in the seas. They're like, no, there's a line. I remember when I was a kid, 80-year-old man. No, that's the line where that's high tide on the super high tides, and then there's the low tides. But no, we haven't had any raise of seas in my life. I don't know what these kids are talking about. Do we have changes in regional temperatures? Well, yeah, you know, that's basically a 70-year cycle, because our Earth and our atmosphere, you know, they're like two different ball-bearing things. So areas around the globe go through 70-year cycles of highs and lows. We're actually having a cooling trend on the planet, which makes excellent sense, especially what we've seen with losing the magnetic shield, which that has a huge impact on temperatures. Yeah, there's just so much brainwashing that's happened to youth. But thankfully, you know, that has already started to come to an end, because we have this right here, and you know, change is coming, and many in our group are very sensitive to these frequencies, and just well, let's listen to a little bit of what Gage has to say. I'm going to play a little bit of this for Nemesis' sake, but for everybody's sake who didn't catch it this morning. This is Wage's World.
Certain planetary alignments at certain times of the year, or certain times even, you know, multiple years apart from each other, they can instigate the sun to do certain things. They don't always have to. It's not a set in stone, you know, event type of thing, but they definitely add to the possibility of the sun doing what it does, you know, and at a greater level. And we've seen that the past few weeks. I don't want to blame all of it on that planetary conjunction, because I don't think it was. We got our object and stuff rolling around out there every 28 days. We got all kinds of other things that can, you know.
Notice what Wade just said, that the sun's behavior is new and different and just started 3 weeks ago. Also, notice they said we have an object that is in a 28-day orbit around the sun that he can't explain. So we have two things: this brand new UFO object that's next to the sun, and the sun's brand new behavior over the last 3 weeks, which is how long most of us been together. Well, we've been together probably about 5 weeks now, since Comet Atlas and Comet Swan and that alert that went out. So we've come together and we've been exploring stuff. And then 3 weeks ago, and that's when the CME happened. That's when the EMP happened that Partha predicted, and Wage told us was going to happen. He's the one that saw this object create the CME. The 23rd of May? 22nd of May. 22nd of May, and then it hit. No, it was 23rd. It was 23rd of May, and then it hit the 28th of May. We had a 5-day warning. roughly 4-day warning from when I heard about it. So, you know, and Partha was the only person to say what date the CME was going to happen, or EMP, which both are the same thing, and that it was going to be a mild event. Oh, don't go to the store. Don't buy everything. It's not going to do what you think it's going to do. I don't know, but don't worry. Don't worry. It's under control. It's a controlled event. All right, Partha, I trust you, but I still have 120 bottles of wine, just in case. And and right when that 28th, the sun behavior has changed, and I'll let Gage tell the story.
Really perturb the sun, and so that's what we're looking at. And we need to understand that, you know, sometimes most of the time things are to be expected, just to be honest. Okay, we all knew that this alignment was coming, but very few people were talking about, you know, except for people like me, and I think Scott might have mentioned it, and a few others, that, hey, you know, when we get these planetary alignments, the sun sometimes acts up. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. You know, anywhere close in the next few days, we started seeing some increased activity from those sunspots, you know, on the eastern limb of the sun, off the side, for like 2 weeks ago, and we've been talking about that here. And as it got more and more close and close and close and close to the direct alignment, we've seen an increase in activity. I mean, a consistent increase into where we had those M-class flares, all that stuff. Now, all that stuff can happen outside of planetary conjunctions and stuff, planetary alignments. We know that, right?
And he's just going to continue to go into the fact that that the sun's behavior is a new norm, but nobody else is talking about it except two YouTubers who focus on sun activity, and they're not looking for this weird stuff. They're just guys that love looking at the tools that NASA has available for the sun and sun activity, and they get to nerd out about it. They've been doing this for a couple of years now, and provide such interesting material. And now they're seeing stuff that they just never seen, never imagined seeing. So if you look at the top green line, that's consistent. And hey, Spartan, God, it's so good to see you. And I'm glad everything is getting into balance for you, man. Wow, so glad. We were praying for you as a group and meditating for you. Who was asking? Snowball. Yeah, the next generation is going to be okay. And somebody else says, oh, have you thought about the sun's behavior is helping the Earth's frequency? It's not the sun's behavior, it's the UFO that is generating the frequency that is hitting the sun, and the sun is being used as an amplifier or as like a radar dish. When you're sending a message, you really want to keep that beam focused and going to one place. There's a UFO that is sitting right next to the sun that is generating this frequency that is helping to change the world. So those of us that have a positive frequency, we're feeling a little bit better, we're feeling a little stronger, sometimes we're feeling a little bit overwhelmed. So this green line right here is a brand new frequency. Here, let me do this. So this top line on the Schumann code is a frequency that is being generated. And sometimes when you see those whiteouts, those are heavy pulses that hit, but that doesn't interfere with this frequency that is being generated. Sometimes stronger and sometimes weaker, but it's being generated. Then, as you see here, there's a second energy second frequency starting to emanate, and even a third and a fourth set of frequencies that are starting to generate from the sun that are coming from this UFO. So yes. Yes, excellent, Spartan. Great news. Yes, Snowball, the weather is going to be very erratic. And the reason for the weather being erratic is not to do with these frequencies, is to do with the fact that our shield, our magnetic shield, is weakening. And so the weather is more erratic. The sun that we see, is it the real sun or an artificial sun? Right now we don't know, but we know that the sun is white hot and doesn't glow yellow like it used to do. So the sun does not behave anywhere near like it used to. This was the sun in February of last year, 2019. Are you coming up? Where are you? Nope, that's not you. There you are. All right, so there's the sun, and the way it was February of last year. Nice little soft orange glow, really pleasant. And then when it was up in the sky, that's how it was. It wasn't harsh to look at. It was fun to take a picture of it. You could still absolutely sun gaze and enjoy the sunset. And here it is on a beautiful sunrise. Again, soft, warm, yellowish tint to it, but not the harsh whiteness that we see now. You know, again, soft yellow. There's soft yellow sunrise, and not the massive amount of red clouds. Now when we see a sunset and it has some clouds, now you see just a massive amount of reddish and just overwhelming amount of red in the sunrise or the sunset, if you do get it. No, the frequencies as they go do not affect our magnetic fields whatsoever. What does happen is the magnetic field lessening allows for the frequencies to impact humans. So the weaker the magnetic field, the better these frequencies affect humans on the planet. So that's the purpose of the weakened magnetic field. Partha and I do not believe that the sun has radiation. Partha and I have had a brief discussion. So we have doubts about how much actual heat the sun gives off, and also radiation. So the space station goes in front of the sun and is in a low Earth orbit. It does have some benefit from the magnetic shield of the Earth, but it's very, very weak, and they don't have a massive cooling system to cool down the ISS, the space station, from you would think if it's outside of the magnetic sphere that it would just get bombarded and overwhelmed by the heat and radiation. And those spaceships, those containers, I mean, the aluminum or stainless steel coating is very, very thin. and they don't have any radiation protection on ISIS. They do have one room that has that is heavily insulated. They have one container, one tube that, you know, for an emergency, which they've never had to use, it has radiation protection and heavy EMP protection, but they've never had to use it. And the ISIS doesn't get overheated. What they do have to have is a heating system. They have the sun panels. You know, they're always facing the sun, and that's how they get their energy, but they don't get too hot. So it is questionable the actual amount of heat that the sun gives off. Now, if you're thinking in terms of an electric sun, so you have charged particles, heavy ionized particles that are hitting our own electromagnetic grid and sphere, and that could produce heat that radiates down from us. So the same way that the sun has a corona, the surface of the sun is only 6,000 degrees Kelvin. The heat, white hot thing that we see is the corona of a sun. That's 1,000,000 degrees Kelvin. So so it could be that all these charged particles hitting our electromagnetic shield generates that heat that we feel on the surface. Oh my God, what a hot day it is. Well, it's not the actual sunlight that's affecting us. It is the sun, the charged particles from the sun hitting our own atmosphere that's creating that heat. Yes, it is a vacuum. It is a vacuum, Troy, and you're exactly right. Those waves bounce off of each other all over the place. That's the static we heard. You know, the Big Bang thing, the Big Bang Nobel Prize. There was no Big Bang. It is fundamentally impossible to create something out of nothing. We don't know how the universe was created, and as the law of one says, Ross says, we'll never know. That is just the giant mystery. You can get up as much as you want to. That is the creator's secret as to what the universe is, what the nature of it is. But it's vast, it's powerful, and it has good entities and bad entities and different densities of living beings. I'm okay with that. But the Big Bang Theory, and it's still a theory. There's not one bit of science that has moved that theory into law. The only thing that they have is the background noise that they heard with the big ear, which is an AT&T device that, you know, originally listened for satellite signals. And there's a background noise to the cosmos. Well, it's what you just said, Troy. It's stuff bouncing off planets, bouncing off different magnetic shields that a planet might have, you know, hitting the Oort cloud, coming back. So there's all kind of electricity in the background of space, and that's what those guys heard. And they can't admit that, because if they admit that that static electricity that they heard is the fundamental nature of space, then the whole nuclear theory of space has to go away. And you have to say, yeah, okay, it's an electrical universe. That's what they heard. We're in an electrical universe, and so there's background electrical static all over, all around us, especially the closer that we are to the sun. So, you know, and another thing is, Mercury is not the hottest planet in the solar system. It's Venus. And we still can't explain why. But Mercury is a rock right next to the sun. And it's not molten. It's, you know, it gets hot, but it's not molten. So much of NASA science and so much of academic science is utter and contemptual bullshit. It's a sign. It's definitely a sign. Again, thank you, Tabitha, so much for your donation and for your little nod to our group, and also Snowball. Thank y'all both so much for the work that we do. Do I believe in black holes? Sabrina, the physicist that I presented to you, she has the same question asked of her, and she says it doesn't matter if I believe it or not. It doesn't matter what I believe. What we do have is a mathematical postulate. We have a mathematical theory that was put forth by Einstein. And the observations that we have been able to do meet up with the calculations that Einstein put forth. What does that mean? We don't know, because it's just a huge thing to study. But the observations match with the theories. And the law that Einstein was trying to put together, E equals mc squared, is not the law. That is just one facet of the unified theory of the universe that Einstein was trying to do. You know, people say, well, Einstein was was an atheist. You know, he was an atheist. That's why he was such a proponent of math. That's not true. He may not have been a synagogue-going Jew by the time, you know, he got to his age. And really, when you're Jewish, you just don't go to synagogue. It's a shul. You have to have a feeling of familiarity and of family. You know, just to go to a synagogue is not like going to a church. You know, you can go to a Baptist church. You know, has the same feel to it. A shul is a representation of your community. So now that they have synagogues and that they almost have a church feel to them, wasn't something Einstein enjoyed. He wanted the comfort that he had from his shul and his Jewish familiarity that he had in Germany and speaking Yiddish and all those traditions which were just not present, especially in academic America. But he was very much a religious man, and he often stated that not only did he believe in God, but his whole job and what he was trying to do was catch God at his work. And that's why he was trying to produce this unified theory, which he could envision, but he didn't have the tools or all the abilities to generate that vision. But he did have math. And that's what he used. Yeah, good point, Troy. Nemesis says, please, everybody, the 35 of you that are here, please hit the like button and support not only me, but everybody that works in this group to put forth the project and to build on the ideas that we do. It is Hadron Collider, Large Hadron Collider. Yes, thank you, Snowball. It does go through 2 countries and has been useless, has been the biggest waste of money that Europe could have ever generated. Thank you, Nancy. Hello, Fitzsimmons. Welcome to the fellowship. We've been wondering where you were. Yeah, we're gonna have big energy waves hitting us from the sun. There's a UFO generating these things. I no longer have a fear of them. As a matter of fact, quite the opposite. I'm kind of like Partha now, where I go outside where I'm supposed to and try to soak up some of this energy and hope that my vibration's being lifted. So yeah, all these energy waves can hit us. Bring them on. Bring them on. You know, and they are lifting us. Spartan has definitely felt the impacts of the increased frequency modulation that's coming through. All of y'all basically have. Yeah, that's what we've been looking at, is the Schumann res, which frankly, up until 4 weeks ago, didn't know anything about it. I'd heard of it, but I didn't know anything about it. And who was it? Sandra. I think was it Sandra or you, Nemesis, that was saying, and have you seen the activity on the Schumann gauge? And I'm like, the hell's that? Well, no, I don't even know what that is. And then I saw, got a link of it, and I saw a picture of it. Oh, I've seen that before. Never knew what it was. And it took me about a week of watching Wages World to get caught up on it. That's how good he is. He educates you on the tool. He doesn't tell you what to think. He just says this is how it reads, and this is what to expect. And yeah, we've been getting hit with massive CMEs, massive directed CMEs. Usually a CME is like a pulse, and it kind of goes off in all directions. But these are super focused coronal mass ejections, electromagnetic pulses, and they go right to the Earth. They're generated so that when the Earth is coming around in its orbit for the sun, boom, we go right through that that increased field, and it just continues to pulse around. So once it's achieved it, but we get hit with large portions of it, but it stays constant, as you can see up here in the gauge. And then other energy fields, different frequencies, are starting to manifest themselves and to be continuous. Then you have these little dashes here. I hope you can see my my arrow. So you have these dashes right here and up in here in the frequency range, and they're tucked in. And these dashes are not natural. They are 100% not natural. I don't know if they're man-made or if they're UFO made, but something is making those dashes occur. Wage has never seen them, and I can agree with him as far as my understanding of radio waves, computer, and computer networking, and how information is generated and sent over a network of any kind, whether it's over the air through wire or through fiber optics. It's done with pulses. There's nothing in nature that pulses on a frequent basis, and especially not like that Morse code looking thing that we see up in here. And Wage has never ever seen anything like that, and this has all been happening within the last 3 weeks. Yeah, Schumann. And again, it can spike out all at once. We're not going to feel it in a negative, derogatory way. It's just going to affect our being. So that's why you want to keep your frequencies raised positive. You want to think positive thoughts. You want to say positive things, and you want to take positive actions in all that you do. You want to be in that upper frequency and participating there. All the people that are in their darker frequencies, all these rioters, all of these haters and negative people, they're becoming more negative and more hateful. So that's how this is affecting people. Jinx, you owe me a Diet Coke, Troy. Jinx, you owe me a gin and tonic, Troy. Let's have a gentleman's drink. Unless you want to do a whiskey or a bourbon. Yeah, I've definitely Snowball. I have felt massive pressure like I never felt before in my head, and it's usually in the afternoons. Even when I was walking yesterday, I just felt, I was like, man, someone would say something that if the barometric pressure had increased in such a sense, but that's what it feels like, that the barometric pressure is just increased. Yes, the cat bowl is even giving. It's not a cat. I've been hacked. There was a hacker. We've been hacked. I have a fine earthenware representation of what would be considered a Roman chalice for your regular Roman or your elite, most significant Roman living in Rome to drink out of, because they try to remain humble, as I do. Cat bowls don't exist. All right, we'll do a fine bourbon. We can Gentleman Jack. We can even do Jim Beam if you want to go rough and rowdy. Dr. Pepper and a Fireball. I could never do that. I'm already a high rev person as it is. I couldn't imagine myself on a Dr. Pepper and a Fireball. I'd get shot. Yeah, underwater is how I feel. Absolutely. Southern Comfort. I think we can all agree on Southern Comfort. Speaking of Southern Comfort, I can make a mint julep that would make you just the happiest human being in the whole world if you're okay to drink. A mint julep. A Southern New Orleans style mint julep. So special that I crush the ice in my hands with a spoon. Treat the glass, get it all ready. Fresh mint. A New Orleans state senator and a classic country lawyer taught me how to make a mint julep. That's about a 10-minute exercise. It's not pour and go, but man, that's good. I never knew. Man, that's good. A real mint julep. And if you and Nancy LaFontaine, if you are going to have a mint julep, then either go to the Windsor Court, which is New Orleans' premier 4-star hotel, or you go to the Roosevelt Hotel that has an amazing bar. It's called the Carousel, and it actually has a carousel inside the bar, which is just the bomb diggity. It's just everything. All your senses go right off the charts, and the bartender will make you a mint julep. It will change your life. Well, Troy, of course you have to lovingly rub the glass in fresh mint. Absolutely. Oh yeah. Everybody needs to go to New Orleans. Everybody needs to go to New Orleans. Oh yeah, no, that is absolutely key. And if you have a good bartender, they'll do the whole glass. They'll give that glass that minty smell, if they have a bunch of mint around. But definitely the inside and the lip is rubbed down with the mint. Crawfish bowl. Andrew, oh brother, you just hit me right there in a good place. You called it a crawfish, not a crayfish. What you know about crawfish, Andrew? You surprised me, brother. I mean, you've just gone up a few levels. That A, you know what a crawfish is, and call it a crawfish. And there ain't nothing like a good old crawfish boil either. That is so much fun. Dump out a ton of crawfish in front of you, and then you just pinch them heads off and suck and eat that tail. Oh man, Epic, you need to get onto on the internet and see how they do a crawfish boil. Gather you up about 5 to 10 pounds of those crawfish, and you'll make friends. I think you're right. Most cats would love a crawdad bowl. So yeah, the Schumann is telling us the sun has a whole new behavior. It is not a natural behavior at all. Partha agrees with it. I agree with it. And Wage has all the science. And as you hear in his voice, man, he doesn't know what it is. He just knows what he sees. And he knows all of it is not natural. So it's going to be an ongoing thing. And as we've seen in this amazing chart in the key that we've been following, the Q is predicting. Well, you're not doing it. The Q is predicting this to go on for 4 to 5 years from 2019. So, of course, what Partha talks about, the sacred geometry, but the great solar flash is going to be going on to 2023 or 2024. And this whole Q map, this thing's been spot on. And up into the electric sun. I mean, that's where Partha and I knew that we were kindred spirits, because I've met nobody else that really knew, understood, or believed in the electric sun, and Partha was just as conversant on it as I was. So we have that, and everything else that is in this Q key that Partha and Angel Hope have talked about at length is, you can only understand it if you have been raised in Tibetan Indus Valley, not Sanskrit, because a lot of the stuff that we're seeing on this is older than Hinduism, and where Sanskrit came in it's much older. It's in the Indus Valley. It's in yoga, and then it's in Tibetan monk culture and Tibetan and Tibetan culture and Tibetan religious tradition and Indus Valley religious tradition are very, 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 very close. It's just in certain details and rituals, and then as things progressed out, that they became dissynchronous. But everything that we've been learning about over the past 3 weeks from Partha and Angel Hope is all of this upper right hand section that I'm waving my mouse around. All of this has been deciphered by our group, and ironically enough, there have been several people that are Q people who have been trying to decipher this map. Sandra had deciphered most of it, but she just couldn't get her head wrapped around the northern portion of it, much less the upper right-hand quadrant that we deciphered for her. So Sandra, who's been in and with the Q for a while, has now pretty much deciphered the whole map, and is very pleased with everything and how it's going. Bye, Snowball. Have a good evening. Thank you so much. Alchemy Artist, yes. If you want to know more about the electric sun, look up Thunderbolt's project, Electric Universe, in the Google machine or the Bing machine, and there's a great 1.5-hour presentation that's just so awesome. That talks about the electric universe concept, and I mean it is It is salve to the mind. It is just, man, when I watched that 10 years ago, oh, I was so happy. My brain was like smoking a cigarette in post-activity euphoria. And yeah, and it redirected my whole understanding of the solar system and the universe, and comfortably so. And that's why I was so quick to question all this bullshit that was coming out of NASA and JPL about Comet Atlas and Comet Swan. Oh, Nancy, you're going to love it. You're going to absolutely love it. And be okay with stopping it every once in a while and just letting it sink in, you know? If it starts to become too much, stop it and let it sink in, because it's so much wonderful, beautiful information put together so sweetly and with such intelligence and no fluff. You know, you watch a NASA documentary and you have so much fluff and no science. Oh, Troy, yeah, you too, man. You're going to absolutely love it. This will be like a filet mignon to you. This is like a Ruth Chris filet mignon. So yeah, we've done Partha and Angel have done a great job of deciphering all of the most complex stuff of this QMAP for us, and I'm comfortable on how things are going to be progressing. I'm very, very happy, and that we're not going to have an epic global event that's just going to kill us all and send us all to heaven, but there's going to be an elevation of the people that are here, and then those that have passed on. I think we will begin to interface and manifest with them at the end of this great solar flash. Very cool, Troy. You're going to love it, love it, love it. Have pen and paper close by too, or pencil and paper, because there's going to be stuff that you're going to want to scratch down. And look, they're taking the Hopi ancient traditions, ancient peoples, what they saw in the sky and that they put in rock, you know, in the sunbursty things and all the different things that we've seen. They've linked those up. All the ancient signs that are around the caves and on the side of rocks throughout North America. They're able to associate those with laboratory experiments and plasma, and describe the importance of plasma in the universe. And plasma is basically what's giving off that background status that the big ear heard. Big Bang, a bunch of nonsense. Oh yeah, Tess Mythos Decoded. Tess is, man, I can listen to her voice. Here, Tess, read the phone book. Oh God, that's good. Yeah, and she is very meticulous in her research and what she presents. She's very, very meticulous and cites what she is talking about. So we have a great project that we are continuing to move forward on, and building that database of videos for people to come in and watch and get themselves caught up in how to meditate, how to build a vibration, and to appreciate and understand what is occurring. And like all the eschatologies talk about, at some point in time, a manifestation of the Creator is going to present itself for the whole world to understand that there is a Creator, and that there is a unifying control over the planet. And that's why we've seen so much activity in UFOs. That's kind of the slow roll that just gets us used to what comes. The boiling frog effect, the boiling frog theory that Parth and I always talk about. Yeah, I've had a lot of ear buzzing today too, and for about 3 months before the event on the 28th, my right ear was just ringing, and I thought I had tinnitus, something fierce. And then 28th came of May, and then my right ear just cleared up. But yeah, I'll have some buzzing occur, and then it just goes away. So tomorrow we will do a probably a 4:30 a.m. Washington D.C. time. I'll start then and just go over whatever breaking news we have, because there will be breaking news going on. And then in the afternoon, evening session, we'll be with Parth or Angel for them to give us more lectures, more things that we can do to elevate our vibration, and for us to have understanding and peace in what comes. For us to just calm down and understand what is happening is so controlled, and it's nothing that any person could even imagine doing on this planet Earth. Like we said, like I've said, the Pentagon and the President have said there are UFOs, and we've created a Space Force. So that doesn't happen in a vacuum. We know something's up. I don't know. Asteroids and comets, that's pretty topical right now. Have the students go research what NASA says the comets are made out of, and then look at the actual pictures and data, and see that they're actually made out of dust and rock, and see if they can figure out why that is. Why does NASA say one thing, but the picture and data reflect another? And that may just be too controversial. Have a great evening, Nancy. Enjoy the Thunderbolts Project. Really good people that support that. Oh, geez, Wages World. Yeah, man. That dude is something else. He's a good teacher. He not only presents his material, but he teaches you what he is looking at and what he is showing. Hey, Michelle, welcome back. How are you doing? Yeah, Troy. But, the Pentagon has said, the President has said. But I think the asteroids would be interesting. Would be an interesting pursuit. Asteroids, comets, how are they different? How are they the same? Because they are the same thing. An asteroid and a comet are basically the same thing. One has a large elliptical trajectory around the sun, and the other ones just have a regular orbit around the sun. Yeah, and Michelle, again, welcome back. And she was very happy to see Wages World and to clarify why she was feeling the way she was doing, and the elevated amount of energies, and then the affirmations. I don't know what it is about those affirmations. But man, that stuff works. Well played, Troy. Well played. Yeah, and it's not like there's a lack of material. The internet's just full of UFOs now. Katie, K8K, we got a video from her that you know, she filmed her own UFOs activity. Yay, Troy. Yeah, making them think. Making them think is fun and difficult. You know, presenting things that you know, bolster, and then you present stuff, make yourself look weak and debial, and you know, like you don't know what you're talking about, and they start, you know, beating up on you with the material that you presented them with earlier. It's a very fun thing to do in making a person think. Not all of them are able to do it, but you know, it's fun to direct a riot sometimes. Ha ha! Talk about the devil, Katie. Yes, Kate. Yeah, Troy. If you want Kate to send you her UFO tape, her UFO video, I'm sure she'd be happy to. Late as always, late Kate. Oh, I bet you had a beautiful day with the family by the seaside today. Yeah, let the hammer fall. Or what we call now the mic drop. Beep. Walk out of the classroom and they're all just like, what just happened? Fashionably late is what we call it around here. We're not sticklers for those things, especially since I'm in Spain. I mean, no one makes it to a meeting on time in Spain. It's just nothing happens on time in Spain. Yep, you're here, and that's all that counts. And what we've been studying today, we had a session with Partha this morning. And then we've been talking about the Schumann gauge, the Schumann meter, and the sun giving off a constant frequency right now, which is not done. It started 3 weeks ago, and now it's giving off one constant frequency, and that's what we see in this top green line here along the Schumann gauge, and then there's a second green line forming here, which is a higher frequency, and then other frequencies are starting to form along the way at the bottom as well. So the sun is giving off a frequency which is never done before, and is being generated by that UFO that is sitting off the side of the sun, which I think you've seen, Kate, in another video that Wages World put up. Mañana, siempre mañana. Siempre hay mañana. Yeah. I'm usually about 15 minutes late. I'm 15 minutes early. I'm usually try to get there about 15 minutes early. If I'm in a vehicle, 30 minutes early. Yeah, it's something in England and India and in the United States, punctuality, and China, punctuality, and Japan, punctuality is in those first world countries is just everything. France, Russia, Spain, Yeah, it's just, I'll be there whenever. The Dutch are, where is Captain Reality? The Dutch are brutal on punctuality. Brutal. Well, there you go, Fitz. You've won the internet today. That's beautiful. Well said. Hey, Spartan. Like I said, I'm so glad that you that things ended well with you yesterday, and good things picked up. Very, very happy. I'm sorry that there's just nothing that I could do except give you the advice that I could at the time. I knew you were struggling, though. Yeah, the Russians turn up when they want to, and then the sobriety is not an issue for them. Yeah, everything is for a reason, Spartan. Amen, brother. Troy, I'll tell you what. I will email you that that footage, unless you want to put your email in the comments section, and Kate can send it to you. But if not, I can forward it to you. Matter of fact, I'll go ahead and do that right now. We'll do that right now, and we'll watch together too. All right, so forwarding it to you now, and then we'll watch together. All right, it's gone to you, and now I've already got it. So which one is it? It is 202. Dun 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 dun. Yeah, you gotta have a, when you're doing computer stuff, you gotta have a theme song going, and usually it is Indiana Jones. Dun 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 dun. All right.
Oh my gosh, come and look what's happening to it on my camera.
Now, I want to point out is he is focusing in on this, and it just acts weird as he zooms in with his camera. But then you have this this little white light that orbits this guy.
Hold on, see if it does it again. Look. It goes into like... Why is it doing that?
Well, a circle.
Yeah, keep watching. What the hell is that? What? Watch it, it keeps doing it. Oh my gosh. It's well zoomed in. When you zoom in like even more, actual? What? I've lost it. There it is. It's like a spiral. Yeah. Oh, what is that near it? Oh my God, there was another one. Yeah. It's like they crossed paths. If I zoom all the camera. Hold on, see if it does it again. Look. It goes into like. Why is it doing that? With a circle. Yeah, keep watching.
Sorry.
What the hell is that? What? Watch it, keep doing it. Oh my gosh. It's well zoomed in. When you zoom in like even more. Whoa. What the actual? What? I've lost it. There it is.
And look around here. You have a little guy going around it, and then you're going to have another giant ship up here, right over here.
It's like a spiral. Yeah.
There you go. See? Right
Oh.
there.
What is that near it? Oh my God, there was another one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's traveling.
It's like they crossed paths.
So I mean, there's nothing natural about that. Those are UFOs. Tic Tacs.
If I zoom all out, it doesn't pick that activity up. The other one just seems to disappear.
He's moving along.
Hold on, let me try and. It's like a spiral. Yeah. Oh, what is that near it?
And of course, Kate and her boyfriend were working hard on focusing on one. They almost missed the other guy coming along. So,
Oh my God, there was another.
so there you go. You got two Tic Tacs. Ah, shit. I can't wait to get my equipment tomorrow, guys. I'm so sorry. I'll have all the audio problems solved tomorrow. I don't have a headset that I can use. Yes, sorry about that. So many little technical issues. If you don't have a mixer that you can look at, you lose track of these things. And while I'm watching a video and I don't have a good headset, then there's a feedback loop that happens, which I'm trying to avoid. So, but tomorrow, I'm going to get gear. So yeah, here's the main thing that that Kate and her boyfriend were zooming in on, and then you got this little spaceship that goes flying on by. So massive, massive UFO activity going on, and this has all been predicted, especially in the Law of One, where they say these activities will increase so that people will start to get used to it and start to get interested, not actually fear it. No, it's not Venus. Those are UFOs. Those are UFOs. Because if you use a digital camera and you zoom in on Venus, it gets big and it gets diamond shaped. It gets that diamond shape, so it won't poof out and disappear like like this UFO is. So when you zoom in on Venus, it gets that bluish diamond, and Venus is crazy bright now. Orbs. Yeah, we're getting desensitized to it. We're getting desensitized to a whole bunch of things. I'm not getting UK gear. I'm getting audio equipment. I am getting audio equipment. I am not getting the nose candy, the useless powder of wasting money. Equipment, I love it. Yes, and you can see moving. And it's not one, it's a whole bunch of them. There's a whole bunch of little moving things, little dots. Hey, great conversation. Enjoy the Thunderbolts project. I think you're going to become a member of that group as well. And it's made up of electrical engineers mostly, electrical engineers and true scientists, Troy. So you'll be in good company once you join that group. Now, when's the last time you've zoomed in on Phoenix, Fitzsimmons, within the last 6 months? Thunderbolts project is the electric sun. You know how we talk about the electric sun concept, Partha and I, the electric universe. That if you go watch the Thunderbolts project, which I think you'll absolutely enjoy, Spartan. I think it'll absolutely move you, and it'll help make so much sense of so many things. The Thunderbolts project talks about the electric universe and the electric sun. Hi, Emma. Oh, wow. Emma, do you mind sending it to me too? You got my email address. I'd love to see it as well. The Breadcrumbs Project at gmail.com. I try to avoid Facebook and Twitter at all costs. One night they flew in a V formation. A lot of people have said that throughout the decades, Nemesis. Interesting. Yeah, things are definitely picking up. And we are the ones talking about it. And we are also ones having all kind of technical screw-ups. So, hope to get that all worked out tomorrow. Thanks, Epic. Through Messenger or email? The DD. In America, when you talk DD, it's bust size for bras. So equipment in England, DD in America. We've got code for everything. Code is everywhere. You don't have to be Shakespeare and in the Masonic order, Freemasons, to exercise code. All right, I'll look at Messenger. Devil's dandruff. Oh. Finally, England has adopted an American measurement. Yeah, because I've not purchased lingerie in Europe, so I thought there was a whole other metric system that, because shoe sizes and everything else is pandemonium of confusion for us Americans here in Europe. So I didn't even dare ask about bra sizes. And it's not anything that. How did I get on this subject? Where's that? So, anyways, UFOs, and that's been talked about here in our whole. I mean, it's definitely at least a third. It's definitely at least a third of what is going on. Make erg. On the Q key. Let's see. All right, see if that picks up. Yeah, a third of the Q key is UFOs, and a good deep history about them. And the Law of One goes very deep into alien activity on the planet. Yeah, I got a warning on my camera that it was going low on battery. It shouldn't have been, but I fixed it. Yes, but this one from Kate has many moving UFOs. So, I mean, look, take a look at it right now. Bam. All right. So Fitz, where you at? All right. So you have a person that sees them every night, and you have both Nemesis and Kate that see them very often, and Nemesis has even seen a V formation going on because they're show-offs. But in this video that Kate shot 3 days ago, take a look at this object right here. Even if this is Venus, all right? Say this is Venus. There's no reason to have this object flying along.
Oh, what is that near it? Oh my God, there was another one. Yeah.
So it's basically the same thing. So it starts up here.
It's like a spiral. Yeah. Oh.
All right.
What is that?
And that guy's moving right along.
Oh my God, there was another one. Yeah.
And before that, you had a bunch of them in the bottom. And I can email you this so you can study it closely, Fitz. I'm backtracking. But at the start of this video, you see several moving along here at the bottom.
What the hell is that?
Look, that guy right there. And then you're going to have another one behind it.
Oh my gosh. It's well zoomed in.
All right, you got another one right here.
Like even more.
And you see what that one did? That one shot off to the left.
When you zoom in, like...
Look at this guy over here. I hope y'all can see very well. I've got a big screen TV so I can see it perfectly. And it just zooms off in the other direction.
Even more.
Watch him. Boom. He zooms off in another direction. Just like the Tic Tacs do for the Navy. And Fitzsimmons. Yeah, it's not the link. I'm going to send you the MP4. I'm going to send you the MP4, Fitz. So you'll have the full video. It's not a link, and it's a video that Katie and her boyfriend shot, and they are so cute when they're talking. It's funny. And there's Kate right here in the group. She shot this video 3 days ago. But Fitzsimmons, also remember that you had the Navy come out end of last year 3 different times saying that the Tic Tacs on those tapes are authentic and real and is not ours, and nobody on this planet has that kind of technology. And then President Trump was asked about UFOs, and he gave the classic answer: if they're real, then it's something. So not to panic, everybody, but they're real and they're something. Oh, me and my niece. I didn't see that. This is the first time for me. Sorry, Kate. I didn't, this, not the last time. That's the first time for me. Gotcha. Sorry. Yeah, I'm a bucket full of mess ups, aren't I? Oh yeah, absolutely. But there are real and there are fakes. The fakes can come in all they want because we know they're real. So before the president spoke, I thought they were all fakes. I did not really believe in UFOs, quite frankly. It's until the Pentagon, and I understand the Pentagon very well, and that they had a reason to admit it, and then push it up to the White House is shocking to me, shocked my senses, and has given me the whole new view that I have. But up until Trump admitted it, I didn't believe in UFOs. Yes, I did see it this time, Kate. Takes me a while, but I get there. Yeah, so I mean, there's just a bunch of little guys flying around on this video of Kate and her niece.
What the actual? I've lost it. There it is.
You see, I mean, you have a bunch of little dots flying around.
It's like a
And here comes the big
spiral.
one.
Yeah. Oh, what is that near it? Oh my god, there was another one. Yeah. Looks like they crossed paths.
Pulsing lights. Yeah. For the fakes, you just have to give them, A for effort. That and that they're being creative, and that they're trying to participate. Don't let that make you skeptical. Just let that, say that some humans have some ability to be creative, and they provide misinformation just like the mainstream media does. It doesn't make me skeptical about what the information that the mainstream media puts out. It makes me just call them liars. And when you see, stuff that is fabricated, you just have to call them liars. But you don't doubt your original core belief that there are UFOs, which I did doubt for 54 years, up until a month and a half ago. Nemesis gives him a little wee wave. And I'm sure they give you little waves back too. They might even give you a little pulse or two. Yeah, I mean the UFOs and the U.S. government has UFOs, and they've been reverse engineering them too. From what we understood from Bob Lazar, with little success, but we do have UFOs in our possession, and one was given to us. If we understand correctly from Bob Lazar and from golly, what was that leak of the secret meeting with Reagan, and that they found, they were told to go to a location in the desert, and they found a UFO there, just sitting there waiting for them. It's like, whoa, take this, and after over the time, we've accumulated several UFOs that we're trying to reverse engineer. You've been to New Orleans too, Fitzsimmons? Okay, I'm going to play this till towards the end. I mean, it's just another minute, 50, another 2 minutes. So here we go.
If I zoom all out, it doesn't pick that activity up. The other one just seems to disappear. Hold on, let me try and... Let me zoom back in. Oh, it's still doing it, look. Oh, look, it's like a spiral, look. You see? It's like a shh, can you see? Did it just disappear? No, it's still there.
No, it's still there. Literally, it's going.
Wow, lost my balance. It's gone. It's just gone.
It's gone now. That was.
Venus definitely does not disappear like that in the night sky. Venus is a lot of things, but it just doesn't go away. Wow, Kate, thank you for that. I think Kate's in Great Britain. You're not in Kent, are you? Also, you're not one of the Kent mafia. Let me see. Forward this to you, Fitz. Let's see. All right, on its way to you. All right. Oh, God, I hate this volume thing. It's on its way to you, Fitz. I've just emailed it to you. Oh, so Kate is another of the Kent Mafia. Hi, Uncle Scorp. How are you? We're talking UFOs. And we're also talking about the Great Awakening and the solar flashes that are occurring. And what I've been talking about mostly is that it's not just one great solar flash, it's great solar flashes. And it's going on for 2000 till 2023, 2024. So this is going to be going on for 4 or 5 years, and it's going to be ever increasing frequencies. And we already have great proof from Wages World that the sun is giving off one steady frequency and is about to give off a higher frequency and giving off higher and higher frequencies throughout for the next coming amount of time. It's generating more frequencies. It's never really generated a frequency, but now it is generating frequencies, and it's going to be happening more and more over time, not less and less. Enjoy your gin and tonic. She was precious. Both y'all were so nice. Enjoy that little bit of Bombay. Well, we've got Nemesis, Northern Irish. So, I mean, can't get any more Irish than Nemesis. I mean, look at the way she types. She even has an Irish accent in her typing. Uncle Scorp is enjoying a little bit of the juniper berry himself. Not a problem. Charles Tanqueray created a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful imbibement, and those are good juniper berries right there. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. Guess that means it's wine 30 for me. Wine o'clock. Yeah. definitely probably a hugely southern accent in your typing. And again, I don't know if you're using dictation, and that's how the accent carries over in speech to text as it comes out here on YouTube Nemesis, or is it your actual Irish typing that makes it have that heavy Irish accent? Yes, Zalani Zwani, and we were able to debunk that comfortably about the Queen being dethroned. Through and through American Southern. Oh yeah. Hi, Light and Love. Hello, Jennifer Counts. All right, yeah, Fitzsimmons. It's incredibly compelling, especially the one at the beginning, that one at the bottom left-hand corner, where she's like they're hovering, then takes off in another direction. That's not what the saying is, Uncle Scorp. If you read the Law of One, there are 52 different alien races that are protecting us within this quarantine that we have, but there are a lot of different alien species. And 30 years ago, Law of One said that there are 7 actively on our planet, and that we see their craft and their vessels, but they don't interfere with us. They're just observing and very interested in us. But they're part of the quarantine. So any alien species that are inside the quarantine area cannot leave, and no alien species from the outside area, outside of our solar system, can enter. So our solar system, and this goes out beyond the Oort cloud, as we're to understand. Hey Fitz, Kate sent me a trimmed a trimmed version of the whole video that she saw, and she's happy to send you the full version on WhatsApp if you want the if you want the full video of what she shot that night, which I think you probably do. Hi, Anki. Yes, all those folks are hanging around the earth. Yeah, there's a lot of detail in that video. A lot, Kate. Yeah, the Council of Five. So, in several ancient traditions, in Law of One, we're talked about that we are protected and cared for, planet and species. And the devious Dracos. Curses. Yep, Kate and Fitz, y'all are cool. That Fitz has got plenty, and so we're good. Yep. Yeah, we are very cared for and coddled and loved. And that's why I'm not worried about the event. I am not worried about the event, and the event is, as been foretold, it's elevating our frequencies. For those of us who are preparing ourselves and who are going to be ready, we're going to thrive from it. And for those who are living in darker and on darker energies and on darker frequencies, they're not going to be enjoying this at all. Well, I did not know that about the round towers. What are they? Are those the Motte and Baileys, or are those the Celtic round towers? What are they called? Oh, Crots. No, Zoland. Send whatever you're trying to send. Either send it to Epic, or you can send it to me via email at thebreadcrumbsproject@gmail.com. Oh, the Druid Towers. Yeah, those are Celtic. And the Celts knew how to read the skies. And that's what all of these stone circles are all about. Yeah, go ahead and pass out that video on to Mufon, Fitz. Interesting. All right, well, I'm going to take a break and I'm going to go find a bottle of wine. I'll be right back. on the Breadcrumb Project, our meeting, and we've made some wonderful breakthroughs. Some UFO work here, all the work from Partha, all the work on the sun that we've been doing with Wages World, and ... And this first of all says that we can't do anything about what's going to happen. And the more we understand it, we realize how huge and magnificent it is. And second of all, that is something that is being controlled by great powers. So any worry has left me. Are there going to be storms? Are there going to be earthquakes? Yes. Are there going to be lotus and stuff like that? But I don't think any asteroid is going to be hitting our planet or any great flooding. It's just the signals are being elevated, and for those that are in a good frequency, you're going to love it. Those of you who are in a negative, and no, there's evil. There's definitely evil. Who's that? What is negative to you is positive to them. Yeah, I mean, as the law of one, as Ross says, I mean, there's definitely very negative energies out there that are in our solar system, and we do have some unfriendly type aliens that are within the solar system that we do need some protection from if we are to understand what the law of Ra has to say, and also some of our own scriptures. So we always have to be cognizant of evil, and not accept that the universe is just made up of love and wholesomeness and goodness. There's definitely evil. Yes, after the Great Flash, after we go into the fourth age, the fourth density, the fourth dimension, that is a dimension of where negativity is removed from human genetics, and we get to exist on a plane of goodness, fairness, and wholesomeness. The Golden Age, the Age of Aquarius, the Hopi talk about the fifth age, the fifth dimension, the fifth age being one of very special, where all the negativity of humanity is removed, and it's a golden age of peace and beautiful prosperity. So we all do look forward to that. Yeah, I mean, we have sadness and happiness. We have the North Pole. We have South Pole. We definitely have polarity. We have choice. The most important thing that we have in this third density, this fourth age, is the independent soul and our ability to exercise independent choice, freedom of choice. We have things that our gods would be displeased with us about, but they don't strike us with lightning immediately when we do sin. And as we grow older and go from child into adulthood, we always are told that God's going to punish us, and as we get older and we do bad things, we're like, oh, we don't get punished immediately. Okay, so let me do this, and then we go astray, and then things go really bad. Hey, all right. Kate's back. She's got her gin and tonic. I believe Uncle Scorp's got a G&T going as well. So to all of those who are having something to drink, whether it's alcoholic or non-alcoholic, a very big toast to all of you and the hard work that you do here in the Breadcrumbs Project. Here's a toast to you and to you. Over there to you too, right there. Oop, dang. And then that right there. Cheers. Thank you guys for all that you do for this project and the fellowship that you've created. That's nice. Very, very nice. Thank you, Alchemy. Cheers to you. Light it up. Get that bowl going, Uncle Scorp. Thank you, Epic. Is it Slanche? I keep wanting to, there's great YouTubers that Irish YouTubers that do videos of them drinking alcohol from different places around the world and all that stuff. And I keep wanting to go back because they do the Irish toast, and I want to get the pronunciation right. Well, cheers to your pizza, Michelle. Oh man, Uncle Scorp. I hate dry times, man. Gotcha. Slansha. Slansha. Thank you for that pronunciation. Thank you so much, Slansha. Hello, Renee Lottie. Yes, it's definitely Sunday fun day here. We're enjoying our wind down here. We've had an intense day of study and discussion with Partha in the morning, and also going over the activity that the Sun is doing with Wages World. If you have not gone to Wages World and seen the great video work that he has done on documenting the Sun, not just currently, but over the last couple of years, you have a good base of information, and then you can see how shocked he is at what he is seeing that the Sun is doing right now, and will be continuing to do. And he has at least opened himself enough to study holistic medicines, and and he understands that frequency and energy affect humanity because it affects him too from his childhood. He's a skeptical Southern boy, but like all skeptical Southern boys, if you show me the proof, you show me the receipts, I got to go with you. I got to go with you. If you show me enough solid proof, I'm going to be on your side. Puff, puff, pass. Oh, yay. Well, cheers to y'all. Stellenbosch. Haven't heard of it. Belgium. That's right. Uncle Scorp is from Belgium. Plan the next news video of Slow Flare. Okay, I'll do that after I get offline today, Uncle Scorp. Hi, Nitesh. How are you? Welcome to the Breadcrumbs Project, an ongoing research project, an ongoing thesis that investigates curiosities in the world. And right now we are focused on the end times and the occurrences of the sun, moon, and other things that we're noticing, along with very increased UFO activity. Absolutely, Yankee. You are very right. I wouldn't, Fitzsimmons or Kate. It's good enough for us to have. I don't want to get a lot of people involved in this. You know, I'd rather not share things. That's why I don't invite Wage to come in and explain things to us. I want to keep him in his analysis honest and away from the conclusions that he makes. But I don't want to alert the world as to what's happening. I don't want to get any attention. I don't want for anybody to know anything more from us. You know, they can get their information from other sources around the world. And I'm not picking at you, Fitz. Just making an observation. Hi, Partha. I think that was Angel. I think Angel Hope. She forwarded me the night sky with 2 moons, which is incredible. Again, no, there's no destruction event. We are a very cared for and loved planet, and all that lives on this planet is cared for by many, 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 many different entities. Yeah, everyone's waking up, Spartan. Again, I'm so glad you're okay. Yeah, I think 3 moons are not far. Yes, it is the secret order of the crumbs. We'll have to do we'll have to develop some kind of a handshake or something, or a wink and a nod. Or maybe cha-cha-cha. Ah, yes, cha-cha-cha. That is our authentication for de-encryption. No, we're not getting completely wiped out. Why do you guys... I'm not being mean by saying that. But no. No. Our creators have put up too much time, effort, money, and resources. We are a cared for and coddled species. We are the Rolls Royce of the solar system. We are the Bugatti, the Lamborghini. You know, we just look at each other hatefully because we're family. Oh, destroy us, we're not worthy, we suck, there's war, there's violence, there's child abuse, just destroy it all. And you have the Creator saying, I created these conditions for you individually to have your own journey on this planet. I am not going to destroy it because you're not happy, or you think that we're not worthy. I have created all of this. From the simplest dog, the sweetest bird. No, I'm not going to destroy this. The ones that are evil, they'll be handled. The ones that are good, they'll be rewarded. But no, it doesn't make any sense to come in and destroy this. And already the Creator's made promises galore that he's not going to do it, or she's not going to do it again. So there was real guilt felt after the flood, and they're not interested in doing that. What they are interested in is moving us into the 4th dimension and into the 5th density, 4th density, and then 5th density. And that's everybody, all of us, the good, the bad, and the ugly. But there's nothing anywhere indicates, except for Revelations, and everybody that reads Revelations reads it wrong. Partha is the only one that's able to read Revelations and read it right. And no, the planet is not going to be destroyed at all, ever. Spartan feels the point. Nothing can touch us. We are protected. If you want to take a look at us, you got some bigger beings that are standing at the door, and they're like, nah. Hey, Michelle Wise. The murder hornets are indicative of our Creator's sense of humor. You know, everybody's like, oh, you know, the Creator's all goodness and happy. No, the Creator also created hornets, wasps, and other stingy things. And well, is it a white full moon? This was my full moon last night. And never, ever, 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 ever have I seen a moon like this in my life. And I am a moon gazer. But this was our moon over Mushia last night. Is that how the sun? Is that how the moon looks for you, Michelle? Yay, Michelle! You got your piano. Congratulations. Dream on, Uncle Scorp? What dream am I dreaming? I'm talking about all the eschatologies, Uncle Scorp. This is not me talking. This is the Law of One. Have you even bothered to read the Law of One, Uncle Scorp? Yeah, the Indus Valley folks are not big believers in moonlight, and especially if there is an eclipse. They say not to look at the moon, not to go outside. Yeah, read the Law of One. Come on, Uncle Scorp. Dream on. No, I do research. I do research and I bring the results of research. And several people in this group have brought a lot of research. Law of One, eschatologies. Partha has brought his research from Indus Valley and Tibetan traditions. And nobody says the planet's going to be destroyed. Only thing that says the planet's going to be destroyed is Revelations in Christianity, Uncle Scorp. There is nothing else. I think you're the one at this point that's dreaming and not wanting to do the actual research, Uncle Scorp. No, Scorp, you're not the skeptic in here. We're all skeptics, Uncle Scorp. We had a great conversation a half hour ago that we don't have hive mentality in here. None of us agree on anything. I don't want you to agree with my point of view. But I'm just saying, the research that this group has done, nobody has brought in anything of sustenance, anything at all, especially from all of the old religions that said there's going to be a destruction. The Q says there's going to be an elevation. All of the old ancient religions say, yes, there's going to be a new age that comes in. And I want to have the best information that I can work with on moving forward day to day. And through everything that everybody's talked about in this room, Partha, Angel, who have given us amazing insight, and Partha is the one that said, on May 28th, there's going to be an electrical event, there's going to be an EMP, and it's going to be all right, don't worry. And I was like, okay, but I've got 120 bottles of wine just in case for 4 months. If the shit goes crazy, Partha, it's going to be fine. Don't buy more. No, you don't. It's fine. Don't hoard. Hoard is bad. And so, boom, 28th comes, and Wages World saying, man, they got the biggest CME I ever seen. Is direct right to us. That CME is coming right to us. It is a M class. It is the biggest thing I've seen. And yeah, it hit us the 28th, and there was no effect except for those of us who are sensitive and attuned to energies and frequencies. Some of us suffered because of it, but we understood. Yeah, and you guys know I'll get up here and I'll rail on about something, and about 2 weeks later I'll be like, oh, and I was wrong. So I reserve the absolute right to be wrong, and I reserve the right to have a bunch of technical difficulties, and for you to hear me teach children while Parth is trying to give a brilliant lecture. I am, and always will be, somewhat human until I go to the fourth density. And I think I'm going with what is with there'll be a harvest, but all of us are going up. The humans on this planet are not going to remain in the third density. Some will probably go to the fourth density, and others will go to a fifth density. There's going to be a harvest, and the rest of humanity will go into will be raised into a positive vibration. Yep. Yeah. There you go. Hi, Sunshine. Michelle, I was really nervous about it for last week. I was having some anxiety about it. I mean, actual palpitations of anxiety about this because it's heavy. And I don't have the way to feel my way through it the way you do. But in watching what Wages World is producing and combining with what Partha has been predicting and we've seen come true, that I feel that is going to be a raising of the energy, because I'm happy on this planet, man. I've got a good life, and I've worked hard for the life that I have, and so I just don't want it to suddenly go away on an EMP or boom, be elevated or go into something else. I'm happy. And Angel Hope and I both have the point of view that we're apprehensive about the event. But now that I understand it's going to be a slow roll and we get to continue to live our existence on this planet, but the negativity is going to be energized out of humanity, that makes me feel a lot better. Sunshine, 5-6 years. We have 5 or 6 years of the sun raising its energy. And this is coming from the Q map, and the Q map has been pretty spot on. So this is what I'm talking about. The Great Solar Flash, and it has right here to the left of or to the right that you can see. Great Solar Flash, 2019 to 2023, 2024, and it's just going to be a slow roll. It's going to be a slow rollout of elevating humanity. And it's what Parth has been talking about. Yeah, and no one loves Earth more than the Creator. And all of those that have put a lot of time, effort, and love into it. Those who have built the pyramids, those that built Angkor Wat, those that have built Göbekli Tepe. There's a lot of love for this planet, and there's a lot of love for our species. And I'm going to tell you, man, I know a lot of people around the world, and a lot of people can have tempers and be jerks, but 95% of the human beings I know are lovely, beautiful, wonderful, loving human beings. In America, Spain, Great Britain, India. No, I don't think it's going to be that quick. I think a lot of things have to happen, Michelle. I think a lot of things, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, because your vibration, I mean, you're feeling it. You're just like, oh, come on, come on, come on. And everybody else who doesn't have that same feeling vibration, we're like, oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I stay right here. Thank you. Today's Buck Moon Alchemy. Is Buck Moon the same as Hunter Moon? Gotcha. Buck Moon sounds like a great band. Yes, a lot of people have been seeing flashes of lights. In what sense, Sunshine? Like at night, sparkly bits, or just massive flash on and off, or lightning in the sky? Oh, July 5th. Oh, sweet. You got the sundial done. You're ready for the solstice, which is the 26th, right? Wow, Michelle and Sunshine, you both owe each other a Coke. Jinx. I don't think JFK Jr. is still alive, Kate. I'm one of the ones that says no. Oh, June 20th is the solstice. And 21st is an eclipse? Get the fuck. Oh, sorry about that. Get the F out. Really? God, so much is happening in our solar system. Oh my gosh. Man, what we need to do is have a like football, you know? Announcers. And here comes Venus coming around the corner. We've got Venus coming in line with Mercury. Mercury and Jupiter in line with Venus. And okay, here comes Saturn. Here comes Saturn in line with Venus and Mercury. And where's the Earth? Where's the Earth? And they're all in line. And we have an eclipse. An eclipse. An eclipse. It's exhausting. Yeah, Michelle, Sunshine, you guys are being affected by the increase in energy. Hey, Graham. Welcome to this evening's of and the cat bowl's out, so you know what time it is, Graham. Cheers, all you, my friends, dear and beloved. Yeah, Emma. So I'm from Louisiana, and you know what they're doing in Louisiana? Hurricane parties. It's not a hurricane? All right, we're going to have a tropical storm party. So, one of my friends said, damn it, I had just finished taking down my my COVID decorations when I was putting up my riot decorations, and now I got to pull them down and put up my hurricane decorations. What day is it today? And Elvis. Yeah, all my friends are geared up. I mean, I've got pictures galore of beer, bourbon, and then there's the 3 or 4 of my friends that are wine drinkers, and they're like, we got this covered, you know. Oh, they're funny. Oh, they're funny. But we're not really worried about it as far as a tropical storm event. It's the massive amount of rain and flooding that's going to hit us in Louisiana. That's going to suck because the Mississippi's already full. I mean, she is bursting at her banks from all the flooding and rain that they've had up north all year. I mean, there's been a lot of rain events. And last 2 years, we've had to open up the spillways, the Bonnet-Carré spillway, which bleeds off water from the Mississippi River and puts it into the salt marshes, which is horrible for the water and the wildlife there. But we have no choice. I mean, either that or New Orleans New Orleans and north of Mississippi just floods. So we've been having it. It's been going on. Yeah. Cristobal. Why is that hitting you, Fitzpatrick? Cristobal. Kate. And Fitz has the or it could be Cristobal. Like Cristobal Colon. Antifa is evil, man. Antifa is evil. Epic, you're geared up for the riots? Names have meaning, they do. Fitz. Cristobal. Cristobal. That is an odd one. Kate. Bless your heart. Yeah, it's funny. Who here watches Tim Pool? There's a few of us that watch Tim Pool. Kate, I disagree with Uncle Scorp. You don't drink or smoke too much. I'm down for you, girl. Oh, come on. They had to protect the Churchill statue? These people are savages, man. These people are savages. So, Chris, then you're familiar with Tim. You know, the beanie-wearing millennial who 2 or 3 years ago was, screw that Second Amendment. People shouldn't have guns, and that's the problem with what's going on, and and screw those Republicans, and blah blah blah. And now he's getting a handgun, and he is ready to protect his house in where he lives in New Jersey. He's growing up. Cristobal means Christ bearer. Very interesting. Yeah, it's funny watching him grow up, and I think he's got louder with Crowder. Crowder is buying him the handgun, and Tim was like, "Okay, yeah, I'll train how to use it. Yep, I'll learn how to use it, and thank you." Yeah, I mean, what Antifa is doing has scared a whole lot of people. All the riots in America, I mean, that has just guaranteed Trump to win. And it's funny because, the mainstream media is like, these riots are threatening the presidency, and Republicans are looking for a new candidate to drop Trump and put a new Republican in and blah, blah. No. Matter of fact, Trump is now 40% approval rating among the black community. He is at 40% in the Hispanic community. And those are people that are willing to say yes. So there's about another 10 to 15% in there. So Trump is literally I would say at plurality within the black community. I would say he's at plurality within the Hispanic community. And there's a lot of Democrats who are like, I can't support anything this Antifa doing. Tim Pool's good friend that's on the radio show with him, and Tim IRL in real life, Tim Pool in real life, skateboarding, lefty friend of his, he says, I'm voting Trump. After these riots, I don't want anything of what those people are saying. The disbanding of police and all that nonsense that the left is embracing and Democrats are embracing. I mean, Trump is going to absolutely roll into office. It's the same thing that happened with Nixon. They had the riots around the country, Watts, Los Angeles, and that's how Nixon won. Yes, yes, that was eye-opening for Tim. That was what happened in Sweden was absolutely eye-opening, and everybody ignored his work. Everybody ignored it. Everybody loved Tim when he was doing the stuff for the sit-in that they did in New York, and everybody's like, oh yeah, Tim, boy, you're great. And then he did something that was against the line of leftists, and all of a sudden he became a right winger. And it was the reporting they did it with Sweden in the no-go areas, because everybody was saying there's no such thing as no-go areas. There's no such thing as no-go areas, and then Tim finds a huge no-go area all throughout Sweden. I don't know Freeman Fly. Who is that? Yes, Sunshine, it is all absolutely planned. Hey, Susan Donahue, welcome to the Breadcrumbs Project. I am the Chief Breadcrumb, and the Breadcrumb in Chief, General Breadcrumb to most of the people here. And we are the Fellowship of the Crumb, and we all are avid learners here. And we argue, we discuss things, we present different point of views. I get all salty about things sometimes, and everybody knows it's all ado about nothing. A storm in a teapot. That's all it is. But it's just actively thinking out loud and working with everybody else and actively thinking out loud many of the issues that we talk about. Welcome to the Breadcrumbs Project. And we are an ongoing thesis. We're an ongoing discovery project. And right now we are focused on the end times and the beginning of the age of Aquarius and the beginning of the fifth dimension and the fifth age. I'll check them out. And cheers to you. Susan, welcome. Welcome to Friends. And Susan, we're also we are solving and decrypting the Q key here that you see up next to me, where it says Great Solar Flash. We're experiencing the Great Solar Flashes right now. We expect to experience them over the next 4 years, and we feel it's going to elevate the vibration and the frequency of humanity, and push out the negativity and send us into a new age. Yeah, Captain Realist isn't in the house. He was here in the morning. The captain was on a mission? Why did I not hear of this? I did not approve of this mission. Is it a breadcrumbs related mission? Sergeant Major Epic? I'll check him out, Fitz. Definitely check him out. Aha! Here he is. Captain Realist is in the house. The Dutchman is here. All right. Well, if you're not sure, then he's definitely not. He wasn't definitely not on a sanctioned breadcrumbs mission. I didn't sanction it. If you didn't sanction it, then it definitely was not an authorized or even covert breadcrumbs project mission. Cheers, Cap. We missed you. Flying Dutchman can be many things. And ladies. Very cool. All right, let me put this wine bottle back in the fridge so it can chill. I shall be right back. So yeah, the great event is happening, and it's not just boom one event. It is a great event happening over an extended period of time. What's clear is that there's no humans in charge of this or any humans coordinating it, and there's one clear that's sure that we can't do anything to stop it, and we can't do anything to help it. What we can do is take care of our own selves and those that we care for who will let us do that. So we can't affect this. It's such great powers at our work. What we are in charge of in this dimension, in this destiny, is our own soul and taking care of it, feeding it properly, caring for it, preparing it for the great event. I mean, if you could talk to yourself, when you were 19 years old or 17 years old, from 54, listen, Charles, don't do this, definitely do this, date this girl, do not date that girl, and you give yourself advice. Well, that's what we should be doing to our souls right now, is after seeing what we've seen for the last month and the information that we have to work with, we should be doing everything we can to prepare our own selves, our own souls, for the upcoming Great Flash. Cha-cha-cha. It wasn't long enough for a cha-cha-cha. It was just run to the kitchen, put the fridge, the wine in the fridge, and run right back. But since you're asking, we can do a little bit of the cha-cha-cha. wind this last 15 minutes down nicely, and as I prepare myself for my evening duties to get ready for the bedtime. What a productive day. What a great bunch of people. Oye, ¿cómo va? Paquito. Yeah, a little salsa in here, a little bit of that dance. Yeah, I've got Latin blood. Latin blood does course through my veins, and the dancing, the singing, and all that goes with it. So we've had a great production here, and we've done just some wonderful work. So don't suffer no fear. Everything is being controlled by, you know, and what's so cool about this is they've warned us through many ancient religions and over generations of what's to come. Oye, ¿cómo va? We didn't expect Trump to get elected. That's very true, Kate. Most of America did not expect Trump to get elected. I knew he was going to get elected. I had no problem, because I've worked in politics all of my life, and especially my adult life, and I did campaigns galore in Louisiana, where the politics is dirty, and you get to learn how to read polls. And Louisiana is a very poor state. We have a high minority population, so I understand black voters and how they vote and their voting cycles. And so on election night in 2016, when I was monitoring all the people that I know how to monitor, and I was getting feedback from friends that the black vote did not come out for the election, and what we say in political lines is the black vote collapsed, and when the black vote collapsed, that ushered Trump into office. And Trump had the perfect strategy, which is you win the election in the United States with the Electoral College. You don't win the popular vote. So Trump campaigned beautifully. I mean, he did live events at all the states that he needed to win, and that he needed to beat Hillary in, and he won it handedly. Captain Realist, no, we're pretty much copacetic on everything. You're up on it. We had the meeting with Partha, and then I reviewed the amazing video from Wages World and the Schumann frequencies, and that was my moon last night, almost as big as the sun and super bright. And then there's a Schumann frequencies, the Schumann tool, and this frequency that's just now being generated by the sun. So nothing really new. And I really don't do anything new in the evenings unless Partha or Angel are here. Usually the evenings are just rehashing from the day. Oh yes, and Spartan's okay. Spartan is okay. Ah, the sound of freedom, Michelle. The popping sound of freedom. That's true, and a lot of people misread the Mayan calendar, saying that the Mayan calendar said 2012 was the end of time, and that's incorrect. It was the end of the Great Cycle, but it still had a cycle to go through on the inside calendar. Yeah, people have been telling me that Schumann has been going off like crazy today. I just don't know where to find the Schumann. Wonder if Wages has it in his notes.
as it got more and more close and close and
let's see. Let's see if I can call that bad boy up. All right, this is not it. So this lets you know how unfamiliar I am with the Schumann. I rely on Wage's World. Is this it? Is this it? No. All right, I will have to do that. Do a little bit of looking for that, Michelle. But I'm sure. I'm sure Wage will have something on that this evening. No, I can't find that. I gotta go do some research. All right. Let's see, Charles, look at chat. Oh, Cha-Cha-Cha's playing? Y'all could hear that? Nope, don't hear anymore. Let's see, go to MB3, MRB, MRM, BB, 333, huh? 333, that's pretty famous in our group. We haven't seen Mo for a while. All right. Whoa. Whoa. You're right. That's a whoomp right there. Look at that. But also, yeah, look at that. Whew. And it's in that high range as well. And here's that frequency that's ongoing that that Wage is talking about. And here is the second frequency that's steady pumping at a higher frequency. Look at that, man. When we hit 13.1, we ascend. It's close. It is very close, Michelle. Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge power spike. That whiteout, when it's white like that, that just means it's just intense power, and it blows out all of the meters. This is the Schumann. This is the sun activity that we're looking at, that Wages World always talks about, Andrew. Yeah, the second one's filling in at 13. It's right there between 12 and 16 hertz. It is, it's off the charts. When you have a big old blob like that, there is no level. There's no way to gauge, to measure what that is. It just means it's just so much signal that it wipes out the equipment and just gives it a big old blind spot. Top line is 7.8, which is the Earth's old baseline. Yeah, and all that just appeared, what, 3 weeks ago, is what Wage was saying. Cheers, everybody. Cheers to you, to you, to you. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a big old spaceship right on this, doing a 28-day orbit with the sun, and it's producing all of these things. The sun isn't doing this on its own. It's that spaceship that's creating these frequencies and maintaining it. So crazy. Spartan's busy. He doesn't have time for us anymore. He pops in and out. He's like, hey, hi guys, love y'all, bye. He doesn't even give us a bye. He's like, no. The big UFO that kind of looks like the winged orb of Zoroastrian. That UFO near the sun looks like the winged orb of Zoroastrian. It's got an orb in the middle and sectioned off things that spread out. Crazy. Fits. So, what is this, Charles? We've only been talking about it for the last 20 minutes. Not a big deal, Fitz. This is the Schumann resonance. This is what's coming from the sun, and as you go from left to right, that is 24 hours. So this is hours left to right, and then top to bottom is frequencies. And right now the sun is resonating at a 7.9 frequency right here on this line, which Michelle says it's the old human the true old human frequency. And now we have a second frequency line that is coming up to 13 kilohertz, and Michelle says that's our ascendance energy line. But then we see another line building up at 20 kilohertz, and so the sun. This is completely unusual behavior. The sun has this up and down stuff. We're used to the up and downs, up and downs, up and downs. We're not used to the lines across. And to the far right, you see these dashes right here on the 16 kilohertz frequency, or is it megahertz? Dashes, lines here where my arrow's pointing on the far right at 23 and 0 hours. That's not natural. Those lines right there are not natural. That is not natural sun activity, and Wage also pointed that out. Yeah, I think it's kilohertz, but it might be megahertz. I'm not an expert on this by a long shot. Our Man Wages World is the guy on this. And that big blob, that big white thing that you see, is the sun just putting out a ton of energy that causes all the sensors on the Schumann meter just to blank out, just to go poof, tilt. So there's so much energy that came at that frequency at that time that it just that basically is error code. (1965) is a vintage year. It's no coincidence that everybody born in 1965 is either wickedly handsome or breathlessly beautiful, witty and charming. It's really a unique thing. It's just everybody born in that year. And modest. All those born in 1965 are also very, very modest. So close, Michelle. So close. Kate, you're barely old enough to drink. Both Uncle Scorp and I had the same reaction to you, Michelle. Yeah? You got to look at that ID a little closer there, Kate. She's a young'un. 1847. Now that's a proper year to be born. Thank you, Alchemy. Ah, yeah, Kate. Yeah, we're a loving bunch. All right, my peeps, winding it down from my end. We've had very productive day. We have a good feel for what's going on, and we have no fear. No, Nemesis. Alchemy is not Dorian Gray, but a working, but a probably working friend, or at least a collaborator. I'm sure that they've known each other over the years. Yeah, I like that one too. Good night, M. The sixth child with 6 children. Now that is cool. And that is part of the number 3 that we love. All right, guys, have a great night. Thank you so much. Love you all so very much. Cheers. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Do good things, think good thoughts, and speak good words.
Run only as fast as I can, but my mind is free to sail across terabytes of reality, to soar above a pixel land in a rocket ship. The 9999 made of megabits. Ladies and gentlemen, leave the world world and bring your friends. Step inside and close the door. Shut it out, plug it in, press start and we're flying. No use for your wars, it's love. Cause we build digital castles in the sky. As we float on timeless satellites. Cause virtual is where we live, live, live. Cause virtual is where we live, live, live. Cause virtual is where we live, live, live. Cause virtual is where we live, live, run only as fast as I can, but my mind is free to celebrate universes in binary. Spend all day in the clouds and our definitions now. So high, 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 we're not coming down. Ladies and gentlemen, leave the world and bring your friends. Step inside and close the door. Shut it out, plug it in, press start and we're flying. No use for your wars, it's love. Cause we build digital castles in the sky. As we float on timeless satellites. Cause virtual is where we live, live, live. Cause virtual is where we live, live, live. Cause virtual is where we live, live, live. Cause virtual is where we live, live, live.
Once upon a time, we were both happy. Everything was fine, then suddenly it leave. I was left behind, broken in pieces. Then you'd reappear. Sometimes we all feel a little afraid. We don't put our emotions on display. But I've gotta be strong. To toe the line, make you wanna stay. Asking myself why you keep going away. Don't want more goodbyes, so I've gotta say that although I've tried, sometimes we all feel a little unsure. We don't really know what we're here for, but I've got to move on. Yeah.
Got a little Swedish there. Yeah. Yeah. It's delicious.
Yeah. After a winter so cold, it left me frozen inside. You sang a song that unraveled me. The melody was enough to rewrite my story. There's no place I would rather be than in the light of your sun. It changes everything. There's no face I would rather see. You pull me out from the dust and you redefine me. Your love came in and thawed my heart. After a winter so cold, it left me frozen inside. You sang a song that unraveled me. The melody was enough to rewrite my story. There's no place I would rather be than in the light of your sun. It changes everything. There's no face I would rather see. You pull me out from the dust and you redefine me.
but she looks like trouble. Her lips so kissable and poisonous. I know she won't be good for me. But I don't care, 'cause I know it's so rare for a guy like me to get a chance to see the girl like her. I won't waste that chance. 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 She got me like. Her looks, I assume they come with a price. She's smiling, but that may just be a disguise. I wanna say hi, but I'm scared she'll kill me. Could we? Will we? Would she? Probably not. But I don't care, 'cause I know it's so flood myself with ideas. From the ocean they come. Quickly turn to ride the dance floor. Take it from me, I'll be fine. Open my hand to the sea. Let go, relax, step closer. Allow the waves to meet your feet. Stop holding back, look towards her. Open my hand to the sea. Sleep it off as I walk closer. And I flood myself with ideas. From the ocean they come. Quickly turn to ride the dance floor. Take it from me, I'll be fine. Take it from me, I'll be fine.